Okay, that looks acceptably loud. A little bright, but that's okay. Okay, good use. A little bright. Fix the ISO. Like that. Automatic. Well, we're building puzzle pieces out. So this came out quite okay. Oh, hang on. You gotta be kidding me. Ah, non-symmetrical. Oh, that's freaking awesome. There's a well way to put these things around so they're actually not match with anything we have. Fantastic. All right. Mm, now we have the first set done and the building and sets. And then we don't need the bottom. We do need the bottom. Right, this is going to go right there. Okay. Lamps. You can get them. Pieces too. Looking glasses. Nonsense. Then I want to build a jig. Make a chest pieces too. The reason I'm being picky right now is I'm trying to make sure that the colors, the hues of the pieces match. Because I can get them to match. Jamming. Clean it up. Oh, look. Yep. Good to hear that. Rush or roller. Oh, I remember looking for it last night. I don't remember. I played it on screen and things up. Somewhere here because yeah, we're using the place to put. Blew up once. I found it. It was where I thought it was. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Silicon, a little better for the glossy. Yes. Yeah. A little better kitchen brushes. You know, you're a woodworker when you start buying wood glue by the gallon. Big boy. If you ever keep on making this design, I'm gonna have to figure out a better way to, to satisfy the need for the pattern. I can glue up bigger pieces together and then slice them. I mean, I can vaguely see where there's the lines need to be. So I can, It's not good. Right, so this is going to be drying for a little bit. And this is dry, you can start prepping the next. Grab yourself dental cleaning tools, piece of pumice, and a little bit of wood glue, or almost glue. And you're gonna have your fridge glue in use. You can glue it for like years. Very satisfying being dry wood glue in your hands. Hi there, Jen. Apparently, we didn't have to wait till Thursday to find out. We won't have to worry for as long as we thought we were gonna have to worry. So far, so good. I showed it off yesterday on stream, but if you want, I can I can show you the picture of it when I wedded it yesterday. Right now, I'm just building it piece by piece. It's gonna be about 250 individual pieces, so that's a lot. So that's what it's gonna look like. Yeah, it's a lot of pieces, individuals. Thank you. Yeah, and no worries about the fact that you had to lie down. I appreciate you letting me know that you're taking care of your health. It's important to me that you know people around me do take care of themselves. I just have to, if I'm ever going to do this pattern again, I have to figure out a better way to for the glue up because gluing up individual pieces is just, uh, well, it doesn't make sense in the grand scheme. It just takes too long. So I need to figure out which pieces I can glue up and then cut afterwards. Because that means I have to be more careful with cutting and so on and so forth. But it takes too long to uh, to glue up individual pieces. Plus, it's hard to put sufficient pressure on it. You know, make sure that the bond is tight and there's no gaps. Since it's a cutting board, you want to avoid gaps at all costs. I bought more rubber bands. I never thought I was going to be buying as many rubber bands as I do as an adult. Thought it was like a kid's thing. Yeah. Once you pull out all the rubber bands out of your underwear, was when I was growing up, rubber bands were actually separate versus the underwear. But well, but it sounds like you had a really fun time at the zoo. So for a second, I had to take a double take, wondering which zoo did you have in mind? The local one or my local one? Yeah. Well, I stayed up to like 1 a.m. my local time, you know, as I was looking at it. And what I seen makes sense, yeah, from a perspective of somebody who is disillusioned by how politics are happening. And so it made sense, in grand scheme, it made sense why Harris lost. I'm curious what the long-term consequences of that are going to be, but it's not one of those losses that I'm like, yeah, nobody saw it coming. It was visible. Oh, nice. What's so special about their enclosures? Lots of roaming space or something? Or just because the pandas are there, and that's the special thing? Like a Hello Pony is special because it's Hello Pony and nothing else. Okay, I'll see you when you get back. Oh, nice. That's great. I mean, animals in captivity, bad, but great that there's a care taken to try to make it as engaging and as large as possible. Yeah, I like when zoos are primarily about conservation and protecting endangered species and you know building a history and knowledge base for wildlife and whatnot. I mean, I really like when zoos uh, take care of or take care of poachers. Like that part of their work really is cool. Then when you come back from your disconnect, I have a question to ask. Remember it by the time you come back. Oh, okay. So, so the question is along those lines is, since you're for your, I'm assuming, mental health and sanity, you're disconnected from politics. Would you prefer me not to touch on the subject on stream, so it doesn't get you all, you know, raging all over again? We can talk about other geopolitical crises. There's enough of them to go around. Well, I mean, I have done this conversation with myself 6 times since I woke up today. So per se, I don't need to talk about it. And and my brain wants to info dump because my brain, so there is that. But this is this is if it's not for benefit of anybody else, then that's a it's an exercise in futility that I don't need to um, expose anybody else to. You're being nice. I appreciate it. I do. I think I do have a perspective though on this on the situation that happened last night or yesterday. That I didn't hear too many people talk about online in general. So it could be it produces a little bit less in me. The perspective produces a little bit less rage and produces a lot more sadness, but less rage and depression. Right now, I don't know. Uh, in 2 months, uh, it's going to be red White House, red Senate, red House of Reps, and red Supreme Court. So short of, I don't know, short of, I don't know, and I don't know is the only answer I can give you. I don't know, right? It's it's very red. To understand what a red extremist red and religion-driven red looks like, one has to look at the history of Poland from uh, 2015 to 2023 or so, because Poland had a very conservative, religion-driven majority and full control, and see what that happened. So you get a feel for it. Again, if you look at it from a historical perspective rather than political rage, that might be beneficial, but otherwise not. I think what people missed about this election isn't that Donald Trump won. And I'm not saying the obvious part out loud where, well, we know he won because you can look it up on TV or on radio, because that's not the point. The point being is that he didn't win the election. Harris lost it. The perspective I see is the exact thing that happened to Clinton 8 years ago. Trump didn't win back then either. He lost. He took the blue states and the Democrats for granted and pandered to across the aisle to the Republicans. And people saw that and went, we don't like it. And I think Harris did the same thing. I think she should have gone extremely progressive, separated from the Democratic Party as we know it, and then she would have won. Because people who voted for Trump voted to prove a point that she doesn't have access to. Of course, this is one of those, you give your neighbor's kids the matches and send them to the barn to prove that you shouldn't give kids matches and send them into the barn, So there's that. Two outcomes. Either we won't have an election in 4 years because we're gonna have an authoritarian dictatorship under God and indivisible kind of thing, or it's going to radicalize the population because it's going to be so extremely bad, and then it's going to take another 30 years to undo all the chaos. So yeah, that's my perspective. It's not that Trump won, it's that Harris lost, and I think it's important to figure out why she lost and not why he won, because a number of the voters that voted for him are first-time voters. A number of them are women. A number of those that switched from voting Democrat to voting Republican were Latino men and women, especially men, which means that systematically something was so off that voting for her was unacceptable. A number of my friends and acquaintances just didn't vote at all because they were like, I'm not excited about either candidate. Just with Project 2045, getting red into power is problematic. But maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe that needs to happen. Maybe some of the old democratic farts need to be pulled out of their misery and replaced with new, energetic, progressive, pro-union, pro-worker, anti, established government and country religion rulers. We'll see. My perspective is that the pattern of who your constituency is and who you try to court for vote was the downfall of the democratic thing. But people who voted for Trump would always vote for Trump. Flip-floppers were like, yeah, well, he's too dangerous, whatever. But our constituency won. So, yeah, that's my perspective. Well, the problem is there is no line. Like that's the thing. There is no line, and that line that supposedly is there is going to get redrawn within, call it 3 months or 100 days of Trump taking power. I'm expecting him to be removed from office, and then JD Vance comes around. Supreme Court is already stacked. So unless somebody has, a change of heart, it's going to be tricky. It's very red, and the whole thing started much earlier, and the last time we had a chance to fix it to some extent was when Obama won. When Obama won, rather than stand on the podium and call out his changes and then put on blast and shame and guilt everybody who opposed it, he was like, "Oh, I'm going to make a deal." No, you don't make a deal. You stand there and yell orders, and you highlight everybody who's trying to be, trying to not put people first. Oh, well, there's a couple of those. But it's really see. I mean, I really like that the public archives are whitewashing history right now. Removing mentions of Native Americans and Martin Luther King Jr. address and police brutality from and occupations from their records, because they're worried that they're going to make certain red-faced people uncomfortable. It's interesting. Well, the upside is I'm in Hawaii, so there is distance. There is distance. It's a relatively blue state. It's very relatively diverse. So there's good chance that any major red-waved things will take time to get here. So we will have time to mentally and physically prepare for it. But red states. And then it's going to be difficult, because to fix it, you have to hit people where it hurts. And that's financial. Politicians are financially, and corporations, that's finances. And when you start hitting things like this, for example, start traveling on vacation to red states, you are going to hurt small businesses first, mom and pop shops and whatnot, right, before you hit this. So, but we know we can do it because we saw what we did to Starbucks. Overpriced shit coffee. Yeah, people are starting to download. I mean, look at what happened to Cartoon Network, right? And so on and so forth. So this has been going on. This kind of removal information has been going on for a while. Saving space and decreasing costs. Right? I mean, Microsoft said it's having a hard time, so it fired 2,500 employees, and then the CEO got a raise, like 60% raise, so they're making 70 million now. Eventually, this thing is going to flip and flop. The hopes is that when it flips and flaps, we don't do it under bombardment from another country. It's one has to start to be careful what and how you talk about people and their political views and their sexuality and all those things. Citizenships. You start being neutral about everything because there's a good chance that eventually this is going to be one of those, snitched or be snitched on situations. And you don't want to be the person that hurts everybody else, because if you're not helping, you hurt. E. For now, I connected with a couple of my friends and let them know that I would love an opportunity to help them if or when the time arises. Then we see how it happens. Hopefully, I won't be needed. That also means I should probably start looking into increasing my reach. Maybe I need to restart streaming on Twitch as well. Don't have the time to stream games, but maybe a arts and crafts kind of situation. Because I'm not doing a production stream, I'm just kind of live streaming. So I'm trying to look into HDMI receptors, because it would be cool if I could, use a wireless HDMI connection rather than cable one, because the cable one, it seems to be causing problems. So I have to invest in that, and I have to invest in a better capture card. I have the Camlink 4K, but it seems that a couple of times it overheats or doesn't get enough electricity, or part of a hard drive shuts down, and then the connection dies, and the picture freezes and whatnot. So I'm hoping to get a better one, but there's some limited choices for that. That's one, and then I bought a printer, so I have a better printer. I have an old printer here. Try to replace the drum, try to replace the ink or the toner things, but it still prints crappy. So I have a new printer. That was another thing I bought today. So I can, print out better templates. Otherwise than that, we're gluing row number 2. Looks like it's getting there. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. Then I'm gonna glue up some more. Hopefully I can finish gluing at least the whole thing, and then I can, it's raining again, damn it. In that case, then I'm going to, maybe start looking at the chessboard and see if I can get some pieces done for this. Oh, what is not kick? That's a cesspool right there. There was a website called Tumblr, and they decided to ban adult content, and then suddenly lost 93% of their users, because that's what people mostly post, right? Same went with 4chan and all the other ones. I just have to find a decent website to post pictures of what I do. And Instagram is not a decent website, so that's one. And then some kind of a seller combo for a better version of Etsy. Etsy is all drop shippers nowadays, and it's very hard to punch through as an artist. but their terms of service don't protect sellers as much as they should. And then I hear PayPal is very problematic when taking donations because a chargeback is charged $15 for a chargeback, so you have to use some kind of a secondary feature which takes up extra money. I mean, I have coffee. I should probably cancel the gold membership for that, but maybe that. Oh, London. Okay. The place where you have to pay to own a TV, where people get arrested for thought crimes, and where police can knock on your doors because they don't like your Facebook posts. And London is in Great Britain, where Mr. I'm not good enough and my mistress wants to be the queen and we support Israel. You! Well, oh, well, hopefully he gets it. If you guys want it, hopefully he gets a chance to get it. But that will mean 12-hour difference for streaming. I think we can figure it out. You can always adapt darkness's approach to sleeping. Don't. Yeah, but you still have hope that at some point you're gonna get a decent night's sleep. In case of darkness, that train has come and gone. Well, actually, melatonin doesn't work. There was a study that said it's a placebo at best. On the other hand, it is a hormone, so it messes with other things. But melatonin for sleeping actually apparently doesn't work. I mean, it works because it's a placebo, but and gummies, don't gummies have sugar, which is bad for you to go to sleep? Am I just projecting old age QQ where I'm like, no candy in bed? I knew a girl named Candy, so I guess no candy in bed has exceptions, but it's a whole different conversation. Oh, it will work. If it works for you, it will work. Everybody has a ritual that helps them fall asleep. CIA teaches one thing, Army teaches another. Me personally, I clear my head so I don't go to bed anxious as much as I can, and I drink a glass of water before I go to bed. And it works. But you cannot believe everything you hear on the internet. Just saying. If I hear something like this, well, what I do is I wait usually 20 minutes before going to bed. So Tokyo is already have a ready and settled. And I try my best not to wake her when I climb into bed. Because for me, falling asleep is a lot easier. Because once I clear my head, take a long cold shower, sit there, drink my water, check Reddit, do rate shopping on Amazon, or Home Depot or something. Look up some woodworking videos and whatnot. I tend to be like, okay, well, let's go. And I cannot fall asleep if I'm really physically tired, so I have to be very careful because if I'm too tired, then I go to bed and then I cannot fall asleep because I'm just too tired. And my brain is like, okay, well, you're so tired, so something must be going on. What's the emergency? And I'm like staying in bed trying to figure out what the emergency is. I'm too tired, I don't sleep very well. I know that for some people, no screen helps. Some people don't eat foods after a certain time. Some people like gummies, different sorts. Whatever works. I mean, you know your body better than anybody else. Yeah, I have that about 1:30 in the morning. If I don't go to get to bed, well, I come home around 9, 10 p.m., right? Dinner, spend some time with Tokyo. He goes to bed probably around midnight, and then I stay up a little bit. But if I go past, call it 1:32, then I usually stay up to like 4 o'clock in the morning. And then I go to bed. And then the next morning I'm up at 7 because I'm not working, nobody's working. So you run into that problem. But I try to go to bed earlier. Just my brain tends to comfortably process. That's why streaming was okay for me, even late hours, because you know it doesn't bother me. I could sleep in the morning and be fine. Nowadays, I don't have that luxury of sleeping in because stores open at certain hour and they close at certain hour. Everybody else, contracts, deliveries, meetings, emails, nobody checks their email at 2 o'clock in the morning because they don't reply. And then what if I want to call support in the mainland? There's a couple hours difference. Camera is good. What I need to do, now that I think of it, I need to find a way to make the chat make noise when somebody posts a message. So I can actually look up and see it, because Dutchman has been saying hi for a while. And always time when they say hi, I see it 10, 15 minutes later and they're already not in the chat. And I feel bad. They came in, we talked. They want to, I think they're going on vacation in Hawaii, so they were thinking about meeting up, which was kind of cool. Oh yeah, apparently it's common for people with ADHD because their circadian rhythms moved, because our internal production of the sleep hormone is delayed. So that starts later, so you stay up later, but it also dissipates slower, so not a morning person. So I'm one of those people that I prefer to work in the evening than to work early in the mornings. I can work in the mornings, but if there's an emergency, great. My body goes like, okay, emergency, full on power. Gundam QQ, ready for action. But that's not something sustainable. I cannot do it every day, all the time. Eventually, you start running out of juice. Oh yeah, time blindness is a big thing. Sometimes I work in a workshop and oh, it's 6, okay, I have some time to finish some project, and then I get a text from Tokyo, be like, hey, when you're coming home? And I'm like looking up and it's like 9. It's like, oh, okay, where did the 3 hours go? I completely get that part. But I get focused on work and chat, and I'm grooving. I mean, I guess the upside and the problem is that I like what I do. Like, I like my job. For all the knickknacks that I have to deal with, I like being a woodworker. Makes me happy. And then Tokyo has been very understanding and very forgiving. But the fact that I work longer hours and I work late, I don't know where she finds all that patience for me. But genuinely very thankful for it. Yeah, you meet an amazing person that is your kind of crazy. You know, I think I should pay more attention and be a better husband. But I can always be better, right? You actively spend time with people you like. I think I'm happy. I feel peaceful. Not happy, I feel peaceful. I think it's a different emotion. Like, yeah, I think it's a different emotion overall. Not very often I can say, hey, I'm really happy right now. Most of the time I just feel peaceful. I say I'm happy because it's explaining that peaceful means more to me than happy is a conversation not everybody is ready to have. But she does definitely make me feel peaceful. I don't know how she does it. It's very suspicious. One day she showed up in my life, and I was like, okay, okay. I still am very, very confused. I think she's a witch, although she reminds me of Mazakin from Lucifer a lot more than a witch. You never know. I don't know how I got this lucky. I think I used up all my karma, all my good karma to meet her. I have an odd feeling that very soon I'm going to have to start paying that karma back. It's going to be painful because it's a lot of karma. With the current APR, one expensive payback. Uh, I think the contentment isn't the witchy part. It's the fact that small things around me are much less of an issue and a burden. Now, I don't know if I just project that level of insufficiency as an adult male or what, but you know, I streamed because of her. I have this wood shop. I'm slaving at because of her. I'm not complaining about slaving at the wood shop because of her. So, and I had coffee today and breakfast thanks to her. So, whatever magics she's doing, who am I to have any objections? Yeah. Well, the thing is, I deal with things very, very one and zero. So it's beneficial for a lot of people around me if Tokyo is involved. Because then she politely can persuade people not to put me in a position where their problem becomes my problem. Because that never worked out for anybody. I mean, it works out really great. You know, feelings get hurt. Nobody wants an honest, well, everybody wants an honest and straightforward and truthful friend, except when that friend talks to them about their stuff. Then it's like, maybe you could, mellow it out and not give me all of the information at the same time. Or aggressive. I think the term I get a lot of the time is aggressive, not blunt, not rude, it's just aggressive, unnecessarily aggressive. You know, why are you calling somebody a cunt? Maybe they are. Or maybe because I feel that that word will invoke the proper response from everybody else who's listening. I think the biggest problem personally I got is that people know that I get decent results, but they really don't like the way I get to them. So every time a new problem arises and there's an attempt made to communicate and trying to figure out if my methods are appropriate, people look at me and go like, maybe we try a different way. I'm like, so you don't want the results? Like, no, we want the results. We just want the results differently. I'm like, no, if you want a red wall, you need to paint it with red paint. Yeah, but can we use green paint instead? Yeah, it's always fun. Yeah, I wouldn't if they weren't one, but maybe they are not. They're such a good people. Like, oh, I see something different. My pattern recognition hasn't failed me too often, so there's enough chance I'm right. Oh, it's a weird mixture, right? It's this balancing act between what people need to hear and what people want to hear. But a lot of the times, it's better if there's a buffer between me and you know and civilians. In Tokyo sometimes is kind enough to be that buffer for me or for them. I mean, depending on how you look at it. Oh, amazing woman, absolutely amazing woman. Live defense. I don't think I understand. Live defense in Jurassic Park. Isn't she is defense protecting people? Oh, yeah, something like that. She's the sometimes she is the handicap people don't ask for. You know how you play chess with somebody who's stronger than you, and they play without their queen, kind of thing. Yeah, and again, sometimes it works out great, and sometimes it's emotionally exhausting, right? Because I get hyper fixated, and I feel like I need to get all the information out at the same time, and I hijack the conversation, and I just steamroll everybody who tries to say anything, and that's just bad. And I'm aware of the fact that it's bad. I'm aware of the fact that it's bad after the fact and not during, which it's very detrimental. She wants what's the best for us and for me and for everybody else, and I'm just steamrolling without looking over who I steamroll. It's something I'm trying to work on. Still not very good at, especially if especially now that I didn't stream for a while and I didn't have anybody to just kind of data unload. So every time we met with somebody, I was like, okay, well, let me tell you everything that happened in the last 2 months. And well, both ways, right? So there was a situation once when people argued with me, and she ended up coaching them on how to argue with me so they could win the argument. And they ignored her. So at some point, she raised her hands, went like, "I'm going to go make coffee," and then she left me in the room with those people. By the time she came back, they weren't doing so well. But he tried to coach them. So the handicap goes both ways. She gives the other people an extra queen and takes mine away. I have met people who can argue with me and who maintain this, and we are usually friends very quickly. There's some topics I don't know enough about, so so even if I have an opinion, I need to realize that I need to step back, sit down, and listen. But I still hijack conversations. It gets me in trouble. Again, I think Tokyo is the best thing that happened to me in my life, at least in the last decade. I need to make sure that she feels appreciated and seen and heard, and all the good things. Sometimes you meet people in your life and they're absolutely what you need. And if you're lucky enough to realize that, it's your job to not fuck it up. The downside is nobody gives you any instruction how not to do it. So I guess, okay, this is important. Don't screw it up. Bye. But which button do I not push? Oh, you don't put at Z5. That's bad. By the way, did I ever tell you to watch Chernobyl, the TV series? I figured you might actually enjoy that one. I think I talked about the TV series before. Camera still looking. What I'm doing right now is I'm just making little hexagons out of the two trapezes. Trapezoid. English is hard. By the way, I remember seeing those TV spots before when I was a kid. I don't remember the iodine pills, but I remember at some point there was a commotion about taking things. The problem is Poland started doing something about it a week later. So by that time, the nuclear fallout cloud circulated the planet twice, 3 times. Yeah. I just saw a clip of it recently and I was like, oh, that's a good TV show. I also saw a clip of Handmaid's Tale, but that feels really a little too close to home. So, but that's another. At least the first season or two were pretty good. I haven't watched, I think, past season 2. And then I think Billions is the one that I'm going to be watching now. I watched True Blood. That was okay. Yeah, I'm always looking for some new and exciting TV show to watch. Something to take my mind off. I usually watch it like when I start my streams late, like I mean the stop at 11 because I was running errands. What I do is I I see what I can see on the subscription channels I have, and I just watched an episode of something, eat my lunch, peace and quiet, get mentally ready for the rest of the day. I don't get to have much downtime in the evenings. I mean, I should be doing stuff in the evening, but by in the evenings, I'm already brain dead. I think this is enough for now. Maybe one more row of these, and then we're gonna start unwrapping them and start putting them together. I'm gonna leave the last 3 rows as single so we can fill in the gaps. Just in case I glued some of those ones not completely straight. Minimize the chances of gaps in the whole board. Slow horses? No. I saw Yellowstone, and there's chunks of it. Ooh, and then there's the TV show called Lioness, which is with Nicole Kidman, Morgan Freeman. That's a rough show based on military. Military-wise, that, and then SWAT was pretty good. NCIS was pretty good, at least the beginning of it. But Lioness was pretty good. Slow horses, no. We're gonna have to pick it. I do recommend Yellowstone. Tokyo sometimes reminds me of Beth. Yeah. So I'm going to show you guys what I'm doing. So what I do is I took the little cut-offs and then I'm just gluing them into those little hexagons. And I'm going to tile the whole thing with hexagons rather than trapezes. Hopefully I will prevent it. Hopefully I will prevent the thing from sliding around. Right now the shapes are just too symmetrical, they slide around. The Yellowstone was pretty good. I like Rip and Beth a lot. But I always like shows which have a underdog that kicks ass, especially if they are quick-witted. and when time comes to it, they punch the bully out. Profound sense of justice, right? Sure, we watched Game of Thrones at some point. I remember I started watching, and I don't know how well Nip Tuck has aged. Probably not very. That was a show I watched in college. Oh, I dated myself. Everybody was like obsessed with Nip Tuck. Okay, slow horses. I'm gonna try to remember it. I'll write it down. I'll get my hands out of this glue. I mean, I think that's the reason why I like Expanse too. Is at least the beginning of it. It's the little guys trying to do something that is right. Firefly was another one of those that I really liked. It's just again small guys trying to do the right thing. Thank you. House was pretty good too, although eventually it started being too much one-sided. I like Jack Reacher the books. The TV shows was okay, especially the new one because Tom Cruise definitely not a Jack Reacher, not by a long shot. He ain't 6'4" and he ain't 280 pounds. Alan Rickman is Alan Rickman? What's his name? The new guy is a lot better. Well, if you have a TV series that that does repeat it, NCIS is one of those, right? Or Law and Order. I mean, it's something you watch, right? It's something you just kind of do. You sit down and watch. But Special Victims Unit was one that I used to watch, but I really like the uh, emotional aspect of the show. Because human condition is an interesting one. Plus, it's fighting for the right thing. You know, child predators uh, are kind of a obnoxious version of an injustice in the system. Because kids usually cannot protect themselves. No, it's just rubs me the wrong way whenever kids are affected by adults standing by. part of what bugs me so much about the Gaza situation is, is that the abuse. Well, that being said, I'm waiting for a day where the neighbors decide to even out the amount of ammunition dropped one way into a two-way street. It'd be a bad day for everybody. Maybe necessary. The Sinner? No. Uh, is this with the Texas priest that has a vampire as a friend? So I watched a couple episodes of that. It was pretty good too, but eventually it just got too predictable. Although Dana, there is a friend you would want to make. A Sinner. Okay, I'll put it on my list. One of those days I'm not gonna show up to work. I'm just gonna sit at home and binge watch those. Or worse, I'm gonna bring it here, put it on the big screen, and binge watch things. By the way, I was saying this at the beginning of the stream. If you have uh, fidgety need to pick at things, wood glue and a rock, like a pumice, like a coarse rock, and then you just put wood glue on it, wait till it dries, and you start picking at it. Okay. Does it have more than one season? Oh, talking about seasons. King of Tulsa with Sylvester Stallone. It's actually not bad. A little predictable, little bit of a slapstick, a little bit of, kind of a B-rated comedy, but as far as gangster movies go, it fits Stallone a lot better than Expendables. So, okay. King of Tulsa. Nice. Get most of it off. Let's get some water, and then we go and grab something sweet too. sweet today. We have like it looks like M&M's. Best. Moving some of the old views to the base here. Elevate the board unnecessarily. But whatever elevation you have, you're going to send afterwards and losing the height material. Now we're going to do this. These long ones. These are not good for us. I need to buy more. But off. Oh, it looks like it started to warping. Yeah, that's not good. Just be done. So now we have to figure out the pattern again. Okay. all of these digital. Right. Cleanliness of surfaces. Get to it. Precision work. I don't like precision work. Okay. Space. No, no, no worries. We're currently at 13 by 13. Yes. What was the desired size? His desired size is 12 by 16. The 16 is you need one more wall to get 16. So right here. Okay. So a little bit like Goliath, which is a TV show about a lawyer that fights for underdogs. That's interesting. Add it to my long list of things I should watch before 2028. Beauty of internet, you always learn something. Recently, somebody said I should get a laser cutter and engraver so I can prototype things faster. Yeah, I have the CNC, which is kind of nice, but it would be better for like signatures and the engravings. I don't know if I have the space or the funds for it. Plus, it's higher. Always higher would be an interesting combination. Yeah, well, I'm gonna get home 10:30 tonight, and between food and trying to get some sleep, I found that if I leave the house late, I'm not as productive during the day. Like I need to like once I'm awake, I need to harness the hyperfixation to the best of my abilities. If I pop it on tonight, I'm going to be up to 5 o'clock in the morning, sleep in. Well, it's 11, 12. I'll be up by 2, without running any errands, which means I will have no motivation till 5, 6, and then I'll have 3 hours to do something. So it's tricky. But oh, yeah, try being the opposite as well. So, I'm definitely gonna, take a look at it, and I have some time. I'm gonna pop in an episode or something and see what it's all about. And then maybe if I'm traveling or something, I'll put it on my phone and watch it while I'm on the plane or something. There's also a book, a series I'm trying to, read when haven't had a chance to read recently, but about a guy, Mortimer Motherdill, who is an inquisitor in a world where Jesus Christ came down from the cross and explained Rome and whatnot. So the world is medieval, but a world where faith is kind of the holy thing, and inquisitors walk around and try to kill witches and whatnot, and it's very brutal. It gives you the Jack Reacher vibe, but it's very brutal. As in, peasants are dying left and right, and nobody cares. But there's a little plot twist that recently showed up that suggests that God disappeared, and the guy that everybody is worshiping as Jesus Christ is actually a demon that slipped into Jesus's body after he got speared on the cross. So a demon came down and perverted the church into this annihilation that just walks around, kills. Fascinating, just the story is good, the characters are good, the secrecy and the fears of who's more worthy and closer to God and who's allowed to do it. Proper amount of magic, which is nice. So I have to get down and read that at some point too. Yeah, it's by a guy called Jacek Piekara, and the story is called I the Inquisitor. The translation to English is I the Inquisitor. I don't know if it got translated into English or not. The story that I know got translated to Polish, I read it actually in Polish, was The Painted Man, or The Painted Man, or by Peter bread, double T. That's another story. Um, I can highly recommend. There's like 6 books to it, 5 books, 5 books to it. A bunch of like separate stories. You actually know him personally, or you read his stuff? I think the book I read was Painted Man, but now it's called something different. It's Desert Spear. There's a couple of them. Oh, nice. But yeah, I really like that trilogy. I think it's called Demon Cycle. I have to say, I genuinely enjoyed reading it. I read it in twice, 3 times in Polish, at least twice in English, and I listened to the audiobook once. Yeah, Demon Cycle. Yeah, but, what would be really cool if there was a TTRPG based on that world. I think that there, with some modifications, and removing some of the speed at which events are happening, one could very much enjoy the dungeon crawling experience and the search for hidden ruins. And combat would be kind of awkward because the book definitely favors people who can do runes. One could walk around it. Probably be more of a storytelling than fighting system. And then if you like fantasy, I like the series Dragonlance series by Margaret Waste and Tracy Hickman. The original Dragons of Autumn Dragons or Dragons of Autumn Falls have been appearing in summer, in winter and spring and summer. You're gonna have a tearjerker once you get to the second book. Yeah. I used to have the expansion for Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, so D&D, the second edition. It's the stuff I grew up on. Yeah, well, the second edition that where beating a character, assuming you knew how to do it, took 45 minutes. None of that, you know, click and you're done. But I knew which goes where. But there's good things in the new editions. Because in AD&D, level one mage cast one spell, and then you had to take a long rest, which kind of, no offense, but that's a that's a block if I ever seen one. You cannot do anything with one spell. On the other hand, you got yourself to level 5. It was 3-1 or 4-1, and you can start casting spells. Once you get to Fireball, that's interesting. But my biggest problem with AD&D is the imbalance of well, and they used D4 versus D6 for health. Right? But my biggest problem with Dungeons and Dragons is the very obvious imbalance of caster versus warrior. There was one game that had a really good balancing act between casters and warriors, and that's Diablo 1. After that, it's not great. It's not great. I like systems which allow wizards and mages to actually use their skills. I think it's important for the mental well-being of people who play spellcasters to be able to cast spells. Warhammer, the previous 2 editions ago, was pretty good about it. They gave you spells. They gave you some powerful spells too. Of course, you ran into the problem of pulling a chaos a chaos abomination on yourself, because winds of magic then go your way. But I think people should be able to cast spells excessively if they want to. Because nobody's stopping a fighter from shooting arrows excessively. As long as they have arrows, they can just shoot. So, one way to solve that problem is to add some kind of a version of stamina and make combat be decided not necessarily by hit points, but by attrition. Like, hit points are important when you're fighting a bunch of goblins, right? Leave and kill all of them at once, because you're super powerful. But if you're fighting a big bad, there should be a balancing out between how many resources are you willing to spend out now versus how many resources are you willing to save for the next phase, next monster, next encounter, whatever. And that, combat of attrition is a lot more interesting in my opinion. I think Gloomhammer had a pretty decent idea where you would burn cards. You would use them. You can use as much as you want, but you might want to slow down because you're running out of resources. But in a lot of games, that's done by burdening the mages and the casters with buying of components and ingredients, and it's like 50 gold here, 1,000 gold here, which makes a huge difference when you're poor. But if you're rich, what's the problem? Yeah, you can do arts of, hey, I need a innocent person's arm or something. You could go the dark route, necromancers and demon summoning things, but eventually you're gonna end up in the same thing where money or the secondary resource that you use that isn't tied to your character is going to be exploited to the point where it just don't bother you anymore. Okay, well, it's 1,000 gold. Like asking Elon Musk to pay $100 or $10,000 for a tip at a restaurant. I don't think he will care. So having something that forces you to consider attrition of resources is one of those. And there's some ways to do it. One way I would think about it is you could have some version of a stamina resource. You recover a little bit during the round, but you also don't recover all of it. You recover a little bit, enough to keep you fighting, but not all of it. So you have to decide if you're going to go all out and kill the monsters now, or are you going to slow down, take a little bit more wounds, but on the other hand, you will have some resources left over. Same with mages. You want to cast a fireball? Great, cast a fireball. But that's going to cost you. You might not be able to do it as efficiently for a while. You want to cast a second one? Great. In a pinch, adrenaline rush, we're going to overstrain ourselves and do it for the greater good. Great party, loot, whatever, gold. Plus, gotta kill the mimic. So one of the ways to do it is to provide a resource, stamina. Everybody gets it, everybody can recover it, but eventually you one way to do it is to have skills that just get burnt. And if you want to reuse it, they come at higher and higher costs. Like some skills you cost X number of mana, say mana or whatever the resource is, or stamina or whatever, and you can use them excessively because they don't cost much. But if you overuse it, the other way to force attrition is to allow players almost unlimited resources, but for every round of combat or dungeon crawling or whatever the current unit of time you're going to be measuring the encounter by is used, the dungeon master or the big bad gets to draw an extra resource, something random. It may be painful, maybe not. So for every turn you're in the dungeon, for every turn you're fighting the lich gets one extra card to play. Maybe a spell, maybe a zombie, maybe just a healing potion. And eventually, because your resources are slowly depleting, and because you keep on taking damage, eventually that lich is going to win. World of Warcraft had a pretty decent system for it, and that was the rage time. Eventually, the boss got pissed off. Oh, I'm slowly building out well, I haven't done it in a month or two, but I was slowly building out a system and trying to figure out a good way to do it. Because I would like to play a TTRPG that behaves like Stone. It's a dungeon crawl. Like you can do the RP aspects to it, but primarily you have a good system for battle, for resources and battle, which a lot of the systems don't have, right? Uh, D&D doesn't have a good combat system, right? Because you have a lot of the extra skill, like perception or whatever. So if you hit a DM that likes perception checks and you character's perception, you're ahead of the curve. But if you hit a GM that likes combat, well, then at the beginning fighters do a little bit better than mages, if there's a long fights. So like I like dungeon crawling, go figure, right? So for me, the dungeon crawling experience is a driving force. And so how do you force people from overstaying in a dungeon, right? In Stone Shard, that's food and water, right? I still think Stone Shard should have dungeons that are 5 levels deep, 6 levels deep, and your main quest objective is on the second floor or maybe the third, but there's a secret passage that gets you to the next floor. The problem is that passage collapses. It's a one-way, and then you get to level number 4, and you know for a fact you have to go through 4 and 5, which are progressively harder, just to get out, and it's a risky thing, right? Because then suddenly it stops being completionist, it starts being survivalist. And I think those are interesting choices. How much more loot do I cumber myself? Do I take it? Do I leave it, right? If I leave it, I might not be able to come back to get it because it's a one-way ticket. Right? Cannot go with empty bags because I need extra food, because I don't know if there's 1 extra floor, 2 extra floors. How many times do I have to rest? Can you rest? Right? Attrition. It's not the single punch that kills you. Although, obviously you step up to a dragon and the dragon, bellows fire at you, you're screwed. No questions there, right? Or a beholder or whatever. But there's a system called Wild Meadows. It's kind of a system about Poland, and the system characters have about 100 points of health. The way you would understand HP, and a regular saber, because it's happening in 16th or 17th century, a regular saber does D50 damage, which means that there's a really good chance that 3 hits that actually hit you are going to shorten your life. Like you can survive 1 for sure, but 2 question mark, especially if you're not completely healthy. Muskets did 1d100, and little cannons, did 2d100 damage. Right? Pitchforks did d50 plus 10. So if you as a single noble fought against 3 peasants, you were fucked. 1-on-1, yeah, you can take anybody. 2-on-1, struggle. 3-on-1, you lose always. It doesn't matter how good your character is, how overpowered it is. You against 3 peasants kills you unless you dispatch 1 or 2 of them within the first 2 rounds. You just don't have enough resources. So again, choices. I like games that provide you choices and don't tell you which ones are the correct ones. Because that's the biggest problem, is you get a game and the game tells you, like, you need to do this or you need to do that. And it's like, But do I really? Maybe there's some other way. Plus, if you have attrition, you really uh, lose the whole min max thing. You can't make min max if you have attrition. So how do you min max? Right? You can't really. Realistically, you can't min max with attrition. Because you are always in the position of time is not on your side. Painful, just something. But the moment that pain is transferred into money, right, or is absolutely limited to your level, I absolutely hate the idea of not being able to go after a character that is way out of my league. It's a group of players. Group of misfits wants to go after the general. Yes, please. Yes, absolutely yes. But after that fight, because he is so strong and because he's so well trained, you can kill him. 5 against 1, you should be able to. Great. But if his 2 bodyguards show up after the fight or during, you're screwed, right? So you have to. So the RP aspect is to isolate fights rather than be one prolonged fight. Because that's my biggest problem between balancing fighters versus mages. Mages are glass cannons. All of it now and we're good. And fighters are, I can stand there and just swing. I think that's not fun. Because the mage kills everybody, or the mage blasts all their spells and then they are stuck swinging their stick. And that's not fun. Plus, I like to play mages. I think spellcasting is fun. I think spellcasting is a lot more fun when you actually get to cast spells. Right. Let's see if we can put the rest of this together. Take me forever. And we're gonna do what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna overdo on the glue so it doesn't dry completely, and then hopefully I can squeeze all of this and these together. It's gonna be a big ass bit. And then we can put it in 15 clamps and hopefully this thing won't move for a little bit. Let's probably put some cold on it too. See if we can get it together first. While I'm gluing it up, I'm gonna have to ignore you guys for a little bit. I don't know how many of people are in chat, but there will be some ignoring it. Okay. We know the type. Yeah, a good rogue or a ranger with a little bit of range, a little bit of I can go out and take the annoying characters out. When I played World of Warcraft back in the classic days, my brother played a rogue. And the problem is all the other rogues on team usually try to get their highest damage, highest DPS. Where my brother played a rogue, a utility rogue, or the way I would describe a utility rogue. He would make sure that the enemy casters would never get a spell off, or he would make sure that the runners would get killed before they pulled more, which made combat a lot more efficient. Yes, his damage on the grand scale was a lot less, but it provided for a lot cooler atmosphere. You don't know. You're not your dad. Right? Let's face it, I know you a little bit. You've been in my chat for way too long for me not to have learned at least a little bit. The sense. I need to get more glue. That's a problem for tomorrow. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I'm gonna start gluing this up. A lot of pieces to be put together. And oh, if I had feelings, I might have been tearing up right about now. The thing is, I don't have feelings. You do that tearjerker thing on purpose, don't you? And what do you mean parasocial? Parasocial. Parasol in Polish means umbrella, so parasocial is kind of an interesting choice of words. It's like, are we talking corporation? Are we talking Alice? Like, how far is we going for parasocial? I have to make sure all the edges and corners are covered. Yes, this is going to be really bad because there will be holes that I won't be able to fill with glue afterwards. Weaken the board. Show that. Oh, that's some serious rain. Yeah. One number, one down. The next time I don't make a mistake. That would be very disappointing. using this. Looks like some of it is already starting to dry. God damn it. See how many of those things definitely go away. Like this one. Here. Close. That's cool. The long ones left. Another close here. all going to trash in every which way. Good. Definitely here on the floor. Finished with the red tiles, now we can do the white one, right? The top one will be this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one. These This place is this place is wow. Put that and then from here to here. You could use one more. Maybe it's next good. There is change. Up here is 12 change. Here is change, 12 change. That's 16 change. Hey, welcome back. Managed to squeeze this. Let's see how the board comes out. Little work is gonna get little work. Yeah, we have a little bit of wiggle room to keep this the right size. Squeezing it. Squeeze it. And then flatten it. Yeah, there needs to be a smarter way to do it. Gripped. Great. Let's undo the clamps. Add the last bit, then reclamp it, and then store it overnight. Okay, move. Yes, no. All right. Well, we weren't fast enough, so one slide in between. Yeah. Oh, a wiggle. More blue. Yeah, genuinely like this, liking this music. Yeah, it's royalty free. 23 rows. Be able to. Squeeze. got 5 points. We need to make one more row. It was under 17. 18. And we need to do one more. Ah. White. There's a lot more walnut. I mean, sometimes it's worth to like stop at certain materials so you don't use it, but I want to make sure that this board is absolutely fantastic. But it's a pride thing. And gluing every single piece. Thus, this way I will have a flat surface to squeeze. Other issues. So yeah, there's a level of symmetry here. Good. Uh, Again, some of the glue just got little, the glue needs a long time to glue. Yeah, overnight would be preferable. Day and a half maybe for thicker gloves. But it binds in about half an hour. Like it binds so you can manipulate it. I wouldn't consider it glued. If you put pressure on it, it will crack, but I can move it enough so I can keep on gluing pieces to it. I want to have the whole thing kind of put together before I clamp it for the night. You didn't miss much. Yeah, the sacrificial was out here, so it's gonna be more sacrifice. Yeah, here. Comes here the fun part. I just squeeze it together in such a way that all the gaps are going to disappear. No. Big boys. So these big clamps can exert about 1,000 pounds of pressure, where the smaller ones only do 600 pounds. What lead switches? Use the bejesus out of it. match tactics. Use one of those slider clamps here. The big boy here. Don't squeeze that. English enough. Oh yeah, yes, you got it right. 600 pounds, here we go. Oh yeah. It's not heavy. But it leaves this big gap here. Oh, we need to close. We need to squeeze this for this. But I'm gonna put a semi in there. Be much more flexible. Trying to squeeze it. I think we know where the problem is. The problem is right above it. There's a piece of mahogany that wedged underneath it. I'll have to take the whole thing apart to get it. No guarantees that's gonna fix the problems. A little shimmy and that face, it's gonna get right together. Okay. Oh, perfect. That good, it matches. Give it all the lovely blue. And a couple of loft ups. Spacing out. Nice. Okay. Oh, let's close the other one too. Okay. Because there's so many individual pieces. Very unlikely I'm going to get all of them. on this glue up top. Most of them. Good. Looks like all the edges are getting glued, and I know for a fact I put excessive amounts of glue on every single thing, so plenty. What I'm doing with the hitting of the hammer is every now and then there is a pieces that are slightly misaligned, and if they are still wet, they will shift, and if not, the taller one will, under the hammer, will expand the fibers around, allowing to get glue. On this side, flat-ish. I'm not seeing gaps pushing the new part, so okay. So this is good for. Let's get wait more. The amount of clamps makes it really, really heavy. Yeah. Leave it like this. Okay. Well, I think the big trick to making cutting boards is to make the cutting board as a collection of clusters that are easy to make, and then you can make chess pieces, right? You get two boards together, you can glue them up, right? Then you cut them in half, glue up, cut them in half, glue up, until you have 8, right? And then you cut this, flip, cut, flip, cut, flip, cut, flip, and eventually you have, the 64 squares, but you actually started with only 2 pieces, and you just, divide it in half. And this way, if you have large flat surfaces and a good way to put pressure on them, you can get a very good glue joint. Individual pieces like this, you struggle because every joint wants to move a little. Now there are ways to prevent it from moving. Put a little bit of salt or some grit or something in there, so there's a friction between the 2 pieces of wood. You can pre-drill them, you can do something else, but a big part of it is you have to put enough force for the 2 pieces to be together. So, I think I vaguely know how would I do it next if I had to do it again.
again, most of those difficult patterns are just you do a glue up and then you do smart cuts, repeatable cuts. It's like I made all of these. It was relatively easy, even though each individual piece might be difficult to make. Just make a big batch and then you slice it up. So a lot of the parts of I think making cutting boards, and there are people who specialize in cutting boards, they just have a system. They're really good at it. You watch it online and it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's an obvious cut. Yeah, the problem is, you have to get the patterns to something that's easy to glue up. Squares are relatively easy to glue up. Right? Flat surfaces, rectangles are relatively easy to glue up. Large flat surfaces. Trapezes are somewhat difficult because if you make this kind of triangle, and there's imperfection because glue, whatever. You squeeze it on top, things will start sliding around, right? You push it together. This wants to go up, this wants to go down, this wants to go to the side, right? So how do you squeeze this so each surface is still flat? They're not terribly flat. You flatten them afterwards, right? One of the ways to do it is you glue it up and then you cut it. But triangles are tricky to cut on a table saw. Doable, but eventually, right? As long as you cut it on a flat surface, that's fine. Right? But then you have this, so you have to put it against this, not support here. Okay. Especially a point next to the plate. That's risky. So I guess you're cutting it like this, flat, and then at angles. You have a really good miter gauge. And again, that's a challenge. Eight o'clock. No. But again, the thing is, I build an easy one and then what? Where's the glory? Then I have enough pieces to make at least one more cutting board or a bunch of coasters. That's good. I'm gonna finish picking the glue off my hands and then I'm gonna collect the pieces and put them aside. I think Doctor is doing acrobatics tonight, so I'll be home till like 10. Go ask. If she is out flying, then I can, maybe turn something. Yeah, no response just yet. Ah. What's here? The orders. Yeah. This. Some colors for later. That's this up. And for now, we're gonna put it in the basket. Super thin things and gluing those things up is gonna be a nightmare. Medium pieces. And what else?
maybe one of those days I will be thin enough to have a second glue up. Okay, I'm running out of space. That's insane. Let me look at it up there. I guess yeah, I can move U-bolts. Rather than proceed with the bends that I have here. Have any? Why not? Here, let's see what happens next. I think I could successfully glue up some of this maple and walnut together and make something out of it too. But I'm gonna leave it for trims or kumiko. Maple and I have got the most stuff. It's done. Holy shit. Oh, maples. That goes back on the shelf. I hear my phone buzzing. So she's flying. I'm not flying. You flying? Yeah, she's flying. So that's done. Let's get this back. This. Where did we put the rubber bands? Let's go away. Okay, next step. What else? This is for the designs. Hands here. Here. I don't know what to do with this. It's going to be some way. Or upwards. Up. Oops. It's removed. Yes. I'm done. Oh shit. Here, 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 cherry, cherries, here. Okay. So spread it around so it's bigger surface press faster. Neat. Okay, that's that. Let's keep doing it. Working? Okay, good. The workbench. Now I have only one. Always on top. Top. Right, so that's done. 8:20 an hour. Okay. We could turn a pan or two. Or look at the chess pieces. Need sacrificial boards. Need popular. Making a mess of it.
Popular too. It's popular too.
Ow. That's not it. What's that?
That's popular. Right here, and that's one.
Or
Big enough for a king.
notes.
Notes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the horses alone for now. Find the ruler and a calculator.
Build just. Well, the horses aren't the trickiest per se, right? Once you have the base. So, I mean, I'm looking from a perspective of somebody who built a chess set before, right? And I did the struggles. Once you figure out the the proportion of all the pieces, right? The king's base and the pawn, king and pawn, well, queen and pawn really, because king is just a little taller. But you figure out the proportion between a pawn and a queen or a king.
Then you just kind of go in progression for height, right? So the size of the horse is limited already. You figure out the base, if there's something specific about the base, and that takes care of a quarter of the horse, right? You figure out if there's a neck or not. That's that, and then you just stack it up, and then you just carving this thing. The biggest problem is to get the proportion right of base to height for the king, the bishop, and the pawn, or the rook and the pawn, right? You need the pawn and the king and the queen. And once you do that, and you have the proportions about right, I mean, I got the pieces from you, right? And I printed them out at the 3 inches and 3/4, which is 95 millimeters. And according to this, the base for the king is 1 inch and 3/8. 1 inch and 3/8 for a base, which in civilized units is about 34 millimeters. And according to my chart, king's base is standard base is between 38 millimeters and 47 millimeters. So 3/4 feels like a narrow base, right? So now if we consider the height ratio, which king's height should be about 50%, probably 50%, I'll be looking at 1 inch and 3/4 for base. And 1 inch and 3/4 is about 43 millimeters, which will be right in the middle of the standard basic. So, the ones you send me are narrow based entities. So that kind of deals with this. By the same comparison, the pawn, the base is 1 inch, which is okay. And then by design, if the pawn is 1 inch, it feels large. The rook is 1 inch and 1/4. The horsey is maybe less, maybe 1 inch and 3/16. The horsey is same, 1 inch and 3/16. The bishop is almost 1 inch and 1/4. Let's call it 1 inch and 1/4. And the queen is 5/16. 1 and 5/16. So it's weird. Like it's the progression is. Again, I built a set before, so the proportion kind of you feel the proportion in your hands, right? These pieces that the ones that you sent me are skinny and long. Where by comparison, let's see if I can draw a comparison. So yours is 3 3/4. Your king is 1 2 3 1 2 3 3/4. And then 1 2 3. And the base is 1 3/8. And then the king I'm looking at it could be about 40, 75. Inch 75. Now we can overlay the design.
So here is the two kings.
Right? This is the proportions that you have based on the printout, and this is the proportions based on what I have noted in my notes. Right? This base doesn't make sense in this, doesn't here, because it feels way too big. Right? But if you start thinning out the base, this whole thing becomes really, really small. The difference is this is 1 3/8 across, and this is 1 3/4. So this is about 1/2 inch wider, right? So it gives you a lot more wiggle room. Even if you lower the base down here, right, you still have a thin figure, but you have a slightly larger base. Now, if we are talking about 2-inch squares on the board, right, then the proportion needs to be slightly shrunk, because the proportion of the board at this point, I would imagine the squares would need to be like 2 1/4, 2 3/8, right, just to make sense. Because the ratio needs to be about 77. Which, according to my table, let's see my table. That's my table. The king is 95 millimeters with a base of 45 millimeters, right? Then the square, then that's 77% of the diameter of the square. So 45 equals to 0.77 times x. So x equals 45 times 100 divided by, let's call it 75, so it's easier. 45 divided by 5, 9, 75 divided by 5, 12, 13, 14, 15. 5 here, that's 20 divided by 3, 3, this is 3, this is, so the base has to be 60 centimeters, or 60 millimeters. 60 millimeters is, yeah, it's 1 1/4. Right? No, it's 1 3/8. 2 3/8. So the square has to be 2 3/8. So if we are looking at 2-inch, so 50, about just 55 millimeters. We're looking at king that has to be a little shorter with a little bit wider base. Again, I can keep the shapes. Well, 2 and let's call it 2.5 times 8. That's 16. 2.5. 16 plus 4, 20. 20 inches. And 20, just under 20 inches. 20 inches is 20 inches is what? It's half a meter, a little bit over half a meter. So half a meter plus trim, whatever. Right, we're looking at 60 centimeters. Just under 60 centimeters per side. So. All of it is going to be big to triple. As you get it down to, I don't know, the 30 centimeter range, 35, 40 centimeter range, it's going to be big. Well, that's what it is. There's no way around it. You want to have big cheese pieces, you need big board, because otherwise they will feel very, very genuinely very, very cramped. So, I think the way to solve this problem is to make a chess piece, make a exemplary chessboard square, and then capica. Because I'm not going to be doing end grain for the chessboard because that's asking for trouble. Um, it's doable. Yeah. Well, standard is a tricky thing because you mean wide, just wider base because that's all there is. The heights are about right. Excuse me for a second. I think right. If you want the international championship kind of chess set, then your board is going to be big. Like the one I sent to my dad was big. What's that? It was getting into the 65, 70 centimeters things, and that was the big pieces. So I think let's let's get the let's get the let's get the sizing of a piece done, and then if we need to size it down a little bit, we can size it down. Look, I'm happy to make you a chess set that is, big. It's going to take me for freaking ever, but I'm happy to make you a chess set where the king is, what is that? 4 centimeters big. Hell, I'll even put a magnet underneath it so, so the whole thing doesn't fall apart. But I have another set of notes now that I think of it. Maybe a good one. I have another set of notes about the chess pieces. What would it put? Hopefully I didn't throw them out. I remember seeing it somewhere recently.
Right. We scan all the receipts. Oh, well, full of receipts. Spicy won't be happy. Look at food. I remember seeing it not so long ago. Not here, not here. Let's see, maybe I took a picture of it. Oh, raining. This is April 20. It's ready for part where I'm making. Now. Right. Go to old school. This
Yeah, it's gonna be a large board, like despite everything, it's gonna be a large board. If I make a very skinny border, like a very skinny border, call it this, about 56 centimeters, about 22 inches. And because it's so large, probably 3/4 of an inch thick. And that will get you the, you know, be the championship size pieces, with the king being 95 millimeters tall, or 3.75, so 3 3/4 inch tall. I have no feelings. Um, It is what it is for me. Maybe a lot of material, but I have some maple, I have some walnut, so Once I figure out how to mount things in the lathe, very doable. Oh, all right. What time is it? Okay, 15. Let's call it 15 minutes, and let's see if we can put that thing together. Um, We're gonna grab this piece of wood though. Three-quarters of an inch. Not ideal. Three-quarters of an inch. Yeah, it's going to be, so ponds are going to be about this size. Now let's put together a thing. We're going to hold it from the bottom. It's a big one. Some magical thing we can use to hold the thing. Okay, I have an idea. This is the 8th course. That is 3/8 course. 3/8. I'm going to start making noise. If we're going to pop together a figure, I need to start using the machines.
We need to see you turn now. What do you think? Nice. Being expected.
And here's your king. Rent out the king. Not perfect, but I would say it's close enough. And then of course it gets lobbed. This gets lobbed off, and then the bottom gets Not rougher. Something like this. This is the shape you were looking for. Of course, I will work on the base, but this kind of simple, straightforward line. The base is larger. The base is 1.5 inches. Okay. I'm going to take a picture of it so it's easier to see the comparison. Height. Height. I'll take a picture and send it to you on Discord so you can take a peek. Right, good. Now, this is the general shape, like nothing too fancy. Very skinny in the middle. I mean, that's by comparison the a test pawn for my other chess set, right? King is a little skinnier than the bigger base, but if this is the general shape, like this kind of skinniness, then the rest of it should be relatively easy. This is easy to carve. I can just carve a little notch or something and whatnot. I'm also thinking about, rather than making this round, making this angular. So kind of slit in like a trapeze. I don't know if you can see it. Right, there's a little angle here. I think it's nice. The round, flat on the bottom, rounded down on the top, and then slit down. Same with this. There's a little bit of roundness, and then flat, and then the crown. I gotta get the proportions right. I think this is a little too skinny, but not bad overall. I think for a first try, a test piece, not bad. I need to get a better mechanism to mount these things, so I can just put them in the chuck and have them done. So I might just create a little roundness on the bottom. I can put it in a chuck and just clamp it down. Okay, but if this is what you're looking for, that's great. And then the base is 1.5 inches, according to my notes. Yeah, so about 38 millimeters. and that will create the board to be 57 millimeters or 2 and a quarter. We're gonna make the board about 22 inches. It's gonna be 18 inches of playing field, about 18 inches of playing field, and about 2 inches on each side for border. So that's that. Tomorrow we can finish the cutting board. It's raining, so I think I'm just gonna start prepping the benches for painting. Anyways, because I need to deliver them out. I need to do them this month too. The boards are done, so that's the big one. Just that's gonna be between a couple things to do for myself. Well, the thing is, it's not non-stop. Like right now, it was nice morning, but the afternoon. Yesterday, the morning was, messy, and the afternoon cleared up. And the problem is, humidity just doesn't work because it's not a latex paint; it's polyurethane-based paint, which means that water just is bad. And my shop gets hot and humid, so I'm gonna have to figure out a way to go around it. But yeah, I'm kind of excited for this. This is, slick. It needs serious sanding, make it a really nice polish, and then we're gonna finish it with wax. So it'll look something like this. This. So yeah, I'm gonna finish it with my wax and oil finish. Gonna give it a nice black. And then I can put in a little. I can put in a little container of beeswax. So when it arrives, if it gets dried over in the flight because it's cold or whatever, you can just take uh, a little bit of a microfiber cloth. Honestly, anything. Yes. But this is what it's gonna look like when you finish it. My hands are a little dirty, so. But that's the difference. This is without, and this is with. You get this little deeper look. Actually, for the most part, I'm going to soak it in oil first, just so it actually completely absorbs it, and then we're going to wax it. And then the board is going to be finished with lacquer or meow, Milo. Hey, thank you very much. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, this is a test piece for a chess set that Jen wants. Well, the board is going to be covered with lacquer or polyurethane because it needs to prevent scratches. But the chess pieces, I prefer to finish them with oil because then you have that wooden feel. Yeah, I think it matches pretty well with the design. So. I know I'm gonna change. Oh, got a message. Okay. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, the color round and angular wood I think will be nice. I don't know what I'm gonna do about the base. And then, did you want the slit for the bishop? Like the how much slit, or just make it smooth? And then the horses are going to be typical. How we can do it.
And work on it tomorrow.
For today, I think I'm good.
Ah, yeah.
What, 4 o'clock in the morning? Oh, you're up early or late. I usually stream between, call it noon and 8 p.m. Hawaii standard. 6 hours difference. But I'm happy.
Ah. Well,
Hopefully your day goes great, and I'll see you in so-called in between. I'll be back probably yours 6 p.m. So if you're getting up at 4, you're going to sleep at 8. So right before you go to sleep.
oh, all right.
I have to go home. It's 10 p.m.
18. One cutting board done.
Second one is drying. We got the template chest piece going. See, I'm gonna take it and work on it while I'm thinking about this. And then the board is going to be relatively easy to do.
I appreciate it.
You can always find some of my work on my website,
QQ's wood or
on my Google reviews.
I have a coffee somewhere with a bunch of pictures.
I'll have to find the link for you. Yeah. But I can give you all of that information next time you drop by.
A good day's work. Right, Jen, I'll see you as well.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you for stopping by. And I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going home. Where did I put my belt? I'm losing stuff already, so. I found the belt. 7 hours. Nice. Nice long stream. Good night. And be safe.